Okay, we'll bring this meeting to order. Is there any need to amend the agenda?
No.
Okay. I'll,
I move that we adopt the agenda as presented.
I'll second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Fredericks,
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez,
Yes.
and Trustee Peterson.
yes,
Thank you. Motion carries 3-0.
and I see there's no public comment. We will go to closed session where we will conference with real property negotiations and priorities on Sudan and Jewett Estates and our negotiating partners.
And legal counsel. I move that we go into closed session.
I'll second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Fredericks,
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez,
Yes.
and Trustee Peterson.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 3-0.
Okay, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, roll call.
Thank you. President Calvin Peterson.
Here.
Vice President James Forsyth is absent this evening. Trustee Sabrina Rodriguez.
Here.
Trustee Shannon Fredericks.
Here.
Trustee Dr. Jerry Dannenberg is also absent this evening. Superintendent Dr. Antonio Castro.
Here.
Student Board Member Naima Dickerson.
Here.
Student Board Member Casey Sargent.
Here.
And Student Board Member Sela Duque.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, we do have a report of action taken in closed session. Gina?
Yes, in closed session, the governing board took action to release and non-reelect a certificated employee identified by employee reference number 2025029. Certificated employee 2025029 will be released from their certificated position and non-reelected from all district employment effective at the end of the workday on August 19th, 2025. Was motioned by Trustee Fredericks and seconded by Trustee Rodriguez. The roll call vote was as follows: 3 ayes, 0 noes, 0 abstentions, and 2 absent. Motion passed 3-0.
Thank you. Next, we go to a superintendent's report.
Thank you, President Peterson. During spring of the last school year, the board had asked staff to just consider how we could highlight student voice on a more regular basis. Given that we kind of ran into summer, we came back to the school year anticipating getting some additional feedback from the board. But meanwhile, knowing that we have spoken about our wellness centers over a period of time and that it's a valued service, we preemptively reached out to some of our schools. And tonight what we're going to do is ask some students to present about what it's like to be a part of a wellness center. And then after that, we'll just ask for some informal feedback for you. Was this the kind of idea that you had? And it helps us shape the kinds of presentations that we'll have going forward. So with that, Katie McCarroll, if you can come to the microphone and take it from here. Thank you very much.
I have the pleasure of introducing our Wellness Center peers and ambassadors. We have 5 students here from 4 different schools throughout our district, and so I'm going to just introduce them and ask them all to come here. They all have something to say and they want to share. So,
And Katie, just real
Oh,
quickly,
excuse
they're going to adjust the volume for you,
sorry about that.
but I know they're particular about the microphone. But as we're waiting, if you could please, you shared your name, but if you could share your position with the district.
Excuse me.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, sorry about that. Katie McCarroll, Director of our Therapeutic and Behavioral Services. Okay, so. Okay, thank you. Now I don't think, is it on? Okay, perfect. So I'm going to introduce, we have 4 different schools and 5 students representing each school. Ventura High, Izzy Cooper. From Data, Emily Sagredo. From Buena High School, Madeline Sky Pierce and Jasmine Viet Prasado. And from Foothill, Finn Alleman. And we will start with Emily Sagredo from Data.
Hello, my name is Emily Sagredo. I am from Data Middle School. I am here to give a quick speech about my experience as a wellness peer. As a wellness peer, I get to lead activities that help other students manage their stress, practice mindfulness, and build healthy habits. My wellness peer role has helped me become more confident in speaking up more and just be more aware of how others might be feeling. I've improved my leadership skills by leading others to go to the wellness center when in need of help, need someone to talk to, or just wants someone to give them advice. The wellness center is an important place to me because I can always go to talk to Miss Salas when I need to talk about a problem I might have, or just when I feel the need to discuss something with her. Another thing about the Wellness Center is that people can go during lunch to participate in fun activities that also include helping their mental well-being. This makes approaching the Wellness Center more easier for people that have never visited before and also get to know Ms. Salas. Furthermore, this makes students feel more comfortable to go to the Wellness Center when they don't have anyone to hang out with. Ms. Salas is always there for us and has always been there for me.
Good evening. My name is Madeline Pierce, and I'm a senior and wellness peer at Buena High School. I'd like to talk to you for a minute and a half about my experience as a wellness peer. For a campus to have a wellness center, that campus seeks to provide the resources necessary to support students in their mental health. But it's not just about providing physical resources. They're not just buildings. Wellness centers encapsulate the values of the school, the core beliefs everyone should follow. Any school can put out pamphlets. Any school can host journaling workshops. But a school with a successful wellness program is a school dedicated to participation. Being a peer is about being a part of the community, all while leading in the wellness center. It goes beyond any singular event. It teaches us the importance of servant leadership while aiding others in exploring and accepting their own mental health. As peers, we are given the chance to lead by doing, benefiting individually from the events. Every day, we are allowed the chance to teach and be taught. Our own participation is crucial to us, our students, our schools, and our centers. The wellness program shapes us all and gives us the opportunity to grow and thrive. A wellness program is defined by those that it impacts. I feel, as a peer, that I've seen the most impact as a result of our team, impacts on us as leaders and learners. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jasmine Villette Preciado, and I'm a senior and wellness peer at Buena High School as well. Before I begin, I would like to thank my fellow peer, Maddie Pierce, all of our wellness peers for their efforts, and Ms. Hopkins for the love and dedication that she puts into the Wellness Center. I am here to talk about my time as a wellness peer. However, before I do, I feel it is important to share why I chose to become one. In 2022, my family endured a very tough loss. My Uncle Dave died by suicide. During that time, suicide was not only an unfamiliar topic, but also a very depressing reality to me. It was something I never imagined would affect me so personally, and I really struggled to upkeep my own mental health. Prior to becoming a wellness peer, I would say that I knew little to nothing about mental wellness, and I honestly believed that struggling with mental health was something to keep secret. However, once I became involved at the Wellness Center, my perspective entirely shifted. Through the Wellness Center, I have had opportunities to attend trainings from VCOE, learn from amazing speakers, build friendships with peers from other schools and mine, and help organize activities and resource fairs for our campus. These experiences have shown me that one of the most valuable things we can do is prioritize our mental health and seek out resources when we need support. I've learned strategies and techniques that not only supported my own healing, but also allow me to help guide others through their hardships and losses. I'm so incredibly grateful for the Wellness Center, as it has helped me become a worthy advocate. The Wellness Center gives all students a voice so that they no longer have to suffer in silence, and I hope it can continue to hold this power for years to come. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Finn Alleman. I'm a senior at Foothill Tech, and I began training as a wellness peer during my sophomore year. Last year, we had 62% of Foothill students visit our wellness center, with a total of 9,300 visits. Our 12 wellness peers volunteer 4 hours per week, and every week we share a Mindful Monday tip via Instagram and host a Wellness Wednesday activity aligned with our school counseling and district themes. Many of us have been trained to facilitate a variety of student-led activities such as sound baths and drum circles, and soon we hope to receive training in breathwork and leading Harvest of the Month activities. Our counselor, Becca, is certified to lead yoga classes, train us in peer-to-peer mentorship, host youth mental first aid workshops, and supervise our drum circles and sound baths, along with overseeing our team to ensure we're providing quality programming and care to all. Beyond Foothill, we've become leaders in wellness advocacy. We presented at the VCOE Equity Conference, the NAMI Ventura County Youth Conference, and for the past 2 years, the California School-Based Health Alliance's Youth to Youth Conference. This year, we've even been invited as the only youth presenters as the California NAMI Conference. Our Wellness Center also brings clubs like NAMI, Bring Change to Mind, and Crochet Club, which gives students different ways to connect around mental health and community. We pride ourselves on collaboration and layering activities with groups on campus like ASB, PIFSO, ELAC, Garden Club, Our Pathways, and Interact Club, who stock our Dragon resource shelf. Thanks to VCOE and grants from NAMI California, PIFSO, and VEP, we've been able to keep growing and adding resources and trainings for our peers, which directly impact our entire campus. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share about our wellness program at Foothill and across the district, and please reach out if you have any questions. You can also follow us on Instagram to see more of our Foothill Wellness Center photos and stay up to date with our robust activities and events.
My name is Izzy Cooper from Ventura High School. I'm a senior and a wellness peer. First, I want to start off as why I joined the wellness center. Originally, my brother was a wellness peer, and I kind of like look up to my brother a little bit, so I decided to be one as well. So I didn't really know what I was getting myself into. I just knew that my brother, he advertised it very well, so I decided to be one as well. But I do like to get into mental health a lot. I feel like as an athlete, we struggle a lot with mental stuff and a lot of stress from home, from school, and coaches. We just go through a lot mentally. So I decided to become a wellness peer. But as a wellness peer, we learned the lessons on how to handle mental problems. And I also learned how to meet new people, and become closer to people that I don't know. I've learned how to make friendships with people. It helped me a lot socially. My role in the wellness center for me, what I think, is to put a spotlight on men and how they struggle with mental problems. Because most men, well, I don't know for sure, I don't know this data or whatever, but I do know that a decent amount of men, they grow up getting told that they shouldn't worry about their mental health issues. They should be more manly. They get told being manly is just ignoring your emotions. And I feel like men should express themselves a lot because they go through so much. If they sit there and not express themselves, they'll make their problem even worse. So I try to put a spotlight on that whenever people come to me about their problems. I like when people come to me about their problems, I try to give them my personal opinions. I listen to them, just like the other peers at Ventura High School Wellness Center. And I think that's all. Thank you.
Could we get the wellness peers back up to the microphone? I'm sorry, I should have said this before you all sat down. Have a couple of questions. First, I just want to say thank you for being here. I know it's like the beginning of the school year and you guys all have homework and things to be doing, so thank you for taking the time to come to our meeting. But I did have a couple of questions, and any one of you can answer, whoever kind of wants to. First, I was curious what the application process was. Like, did you do an application? Was there a screening? Like, how did you become a wellness peer? And then the second kind of follow-up question is it a class? Like, do you get credit for this? Or how is it scheduled within your school day? So we'll start with those.
I can't speak for the other schools, but for our school, the application process was towards the end of the school year. I think around May or April, we would have announcements. We make a slideshow and put them into the announcements to advertise becoming a wellness peer for students that want to get into stuff like that. And then we would make a Google form for the application. And then if we would have like a interview with the people that have applied to become a wellness peer. And if you made it, we would do a meet and greet. We would get food, talk to them about what we're going to get into and what adventures we might get into, what we're going to learn. And sorry, what was your second question? Sorry.
Do you get class credit for serving as a wellness peer?
I don't know for sure, but I don't think so, no. But how we put it into our daily lives, we have we use a Remind app Mrs. Polito, our wellness counselor, she sends out reminds of when we're going to have meetings. It's kind of hard to do that because some people have different, like certain teachers, they don't like their students leaving the class. So it's a little hard with that. So we usually do it during lunch or our nutritional break.
I see some head nodding. So is that also true for all of you, the rest of you? You just squeeze it into your schedule when you have some time?
At Foothill, at least, how it works is we all volunteer 4 hours per week. So for the last year and then this year, I use my free period for that. We don't get class credit, but we do get community service. And then every Foothill Wellness Peer has a meeting, I think, every 2 weeks. It varies just on what we need to accomplish that month. But we have a full meeting with every Wellness Peer, working with them. And then our application process is the same as Ventura.
Okay, thank you. So I had 2 other questions. So first, I wanted to find out if any of you wanted to share kind of some of the challenges that you see your wellness centers facing in terms of getting the word out about what you're offering, or kind of making sure you have resources. You mentioned getting like a VEP grant and how that has helped. So that's question number 1. And then the second question I had is, do you all have input into the type of programming that your wellness centers offer? You mentioned like yoga and sound baths and kind of some of the opportunities that you provide for students. So do you guys work with your wellness counselor to identify some strategies, or is that mostly the wellness counselor's job? So anyone can answer.
I think one of the main struggles at Buena High School is getting the word out about our events. The wellness center on our campus is located towards the parking lot, behind the pool, behind the gym. So not a lot of people know that it's there, but there's an Instagram account that not a lot of people see. Another struggle we face is finding the time, like in the day, for us to have our events. If we wanted to have something in the quad, it might conflict with like ASB events or some other like sports events. But I think that our school could do a much better job at putting it out there and giving our events more advertising.
I do agree with Maddie, and I think as far as input, we definitely have like a lot of say per what we do at the Wellness Center. Tomorrow, actually, we're doing a watercolor like event during lunch that Naima, the student board leader over there, has like drafted ideas for, and we all come up with things. Like our very first meeting was last week, and she put out a list, and it was titled events, and then we just describe or like put bullet points of things that we think would be beneficial. And I'd say that almost all of our events, if not like most of them, are like created by us wellness peers. And I think the only one that I would say is not, but we still all love it, is our journaling sessions, which we do every Wednesday. So yeah, we definitely have a lot of say at our wellness center, which I think is nice.
I don't know if other people have questions. Sorry, I totally skipped you. But I just want to say I really appreciate you guys being here. Thank you for organizing. And thank you for stepping up to this. I think one of the many ways in which your generation is light years ahead of my generation is that you own and acknowledge your mental health struggles, and will serve you well in life to be able to have those hard conversations and to be able to open yourself up to like just life's struggles that everyone experiences. And so being leaders in that space is really important, and I appreciate you guys being there.
Well, I don't have as many questions as Sabrina, but I just wanted to thank you for being here. I have 2 children at Buena. One was just finished at De Anza, and they have both loved their experience with the Wellness Center, especially my daughter. And I just wanted to thank you guys for your work that you put into it, because even if you're not hearing back from all the students, like they're coming home. My daughter came home and would tell me how she benefited from the Wellness Center. So even if you're not hearing it directly from them, I promise you, you're making a big difference in people's lives.
Yeah, thank you so much for showing up today and sharing with us. I wish during football season in high school, if I had a wellness center, I'd probably spend a night there. So, but thank you for coming and sharing with us.
And just thank you to all the staff who coordinated this. I know there was a lot that went into it to have it ready for this meeting. And to the students, my leadership team knows this. I truly feel that listening is one of the most important things that we can do for other people. Thank you for cultivating that gift of listening, so that way people, if nothing else, can feel heard with whatever they're going through. It's a very powerful statement to be heard, so thank you for cultivating that gift to others.
Katie, I did have one question for you. The funding for our wellness centers, where does it come from, and how much more of it do we have? If you know that, or maybe Asan, maybe that's a question for you.
Not off the top of my head.
The reason I ask is I thought we had a grant for our wellness centers, and I thought we have one more year left on that grant.
We do. We had grants for high school and middle school wellness centers, and currently we have half of that amount for this remaining year, half of the original full grant amount. So we're operating with half grant funds and half general funds.
Yeah, and the reason I think it's important to highlight that is because we're talking about what an incredible value that is for students, and you know, that is now becoming a general fund expenditure, right? So it's important to have that awareness. Thank you, and thanks again for being here.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you all. And now we move on to our student board reports, starting with Buena High School.
Hello, good evening, everyone. I just want to say again, congratulations to our wellness peers. You guys did an outstanding job, and I'm so proud of all the work that you do and the ability that you have to share your stories and share how your work affects our community, and I really do appreciate it. My name is Naima Dickerson. I'm the ASB president at Buena High School, and I'm honored to be a board member this year. I'm looking forward to updating you all on all the fun things that are happening at Buena. To start, we had our orientation week, which included counselor introductions, which just really fostered a welcoming community for a lot of students, just to have that person on campus they can go to for questions or schedule changes and things like that. There was also a freshman welcome rally that was hosted by ASB, which included a lot of fun games, mascot appearances, and prizes like free yearbooks. Moving on, we also did experiment a lot with Minga. It's been a useful tool for us, and during orientation, it was really helpful just to check students in and to let them see their schedules and celebrate with their friends that they share classes with. So that was really special. And then this year, our teachers went to the Capturing Kids' Heart training. It was a 2 full pre-service day training, and it gave teachers the tools and skills to engage students in class. With this training, there's a focus on positive, affirming relationships between teachers and with teachers and students, just a whole community of understanding and empathy and thinking about how others want to be treated. So really important lessons taught here. It also teaches processes to strengthen connections and build a relationship-driven, positive school culture. So really effective, and a lot of the processes that were taught at this training were applied during the first week of school, which I will get into in a second. But first, our first day of school was a success. A lot of seniors this year have started this trend of senior backpacks, so that was really popular, just bringing bags with characters or shows that they used to love when they were younger. So as I was saying, with the Capturing Kids' Heart training, there's a tool that was taught called social contract. And with this social contract, students are asked to step into the shoes of their peers and their teachers, and to think, how do I think my teacher wants to be treated? How do I think my peers want to be treated? And finally, to really step into that leadership position, how do I want to be treated by my teachers and my peers? So, thinking about those questions, the classes brainstormed some core words that they wanted to uphold these standards. So a poster was made in every class. All of the classmates signed the poster, and it's a really great way to just set a standard for the year and build a community amongst the classes. Moving to sports, girls flag football team has had a great start to their season, winning this last Thursday, 19-7. As I speak, they are playing against Fillmore, so I'm cheering them on from here. Girls volleyball has also found success in this early season. Just came off a win after facing Villanova Prep. I also wanted to recognize a couple of our outstanding student photographers, Alex Oriantia and Catalina Valencia. So a really exciting week for sports. Finally, some upcoming events. We have our first home football game this Friday. We have our rivalry football game coming up on the 3rd. And finally, our homecoming dance on the 11th. So really exciting things, and I'm looking forward to a great fall semester. Thank you.
Thank you, Naima. And before we move on to Pacific High School, I just want to extend a special appreciation to Naima for being our Celebrate student speaker. Her message on living a purpose-driven life and starting with the small things is something that we'll continue to use throughout the year. So thank you. All right, and moving on to Pacific.
Hi, I'm Casey Sargent. I'm a senior at Pacific High School, and I'm going to be one of the student representatives this year. So, yeah. So this actually does tie in a bit with what we were talking about the Wellness Center earlier. This year, instead of counselors, we just have a social worker working in the Wellness Center this year. Her name is Miss Henry, and she's going to be offering different social service opportunities to students and also wellness support to them as well. Okay, so at Pacific, it's a little bit smaller than some of the other schools, but on the first 3 days, it's still stressful, so we like to help the students, get to know each other, especially because our classes are smaller. So we have a couple of activities that we do. And so we have students create flags that we hang around the school. It's a little bit of a tradition. And it shows all their ambitions and goals for the school year. And we also do these pop art portraits of the students. And it's just a fun activity to help the teachers and students get to know each other more. And we display these around school. And also during the first 3 days of school, we do tours around the school. We have a couple of new teachers and a lot of new students. And we also visit the WAVE, or the Wellness Center. And we had a couple of homerooms visit the Youth Activities Center. It's a big part of our school. It's very important. And so it's a fun and easy way to get students interested in it. And these are some of the photos of the flags, the pop art portraits. Mine's actually the top one, so it's pretty good. Okay, so last quarter, we have this thing called Renaissance to celebrate the students getting their credits. If you get 20 or more credits, you get Renaissance, and we have an assembly. It just really helps students feel motivated, and for quarter 4, we run out of time for it, so we had to do it this year. We do it everywhere, actually, during the first 3 days, so on Friday we did it. And this year it was a little bit empty, but that's only because we had over 100 students graduate, and that may not seem like a lot, but that's around half of our student population. So this year we have half returning students and half new ones. And also, we have decided for the Renaissance field trip, usually we don't have one for quarter 4, but we decided on going to the Getty Center on the 15th of September, so that's exciting. And also, we did have a pizza party for the kids that got 80 or more % attendance for quarter 4 as well, so that was pretty fun. These are some photos we have from the Renaissance Assembly. We also have, these next 2 slides, we have 2 new classes at Pacific. So we have a child and development class. It's being taught by one of our teachers, Miss Sellers. It's going to be double credits and a CCAP class as well. And on this next slide, we have a new farm class. We have a farm and an aquaponics center. And so this year we're going to be having, during 3rd period, a farm class. And during 6th period, we also have an aquaponics class as well. So this is kind of a continuation of it. And it's going to be a CTE class as well. This is the last slide. We have some new additions at Pacific. We have some security cameras, really exciting, and already with it, Pacific is not a dangerous school or anything, but it does really help students feel more comfortable, safe, and that they don't have to be scared to be on campus. So it's already making a bit of a difference already. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and Ventura High School.
Hi, I'm Stella Duca. I'm Ventura High School's ASP president. I'm following some really good presentations. I'm really excited to be talking to you guys in the future. Starting off the school year, we really tried to recognize our graduating class of 2026, our faculty, and our new staff and returning staff. We incorporated a senior poster wall on the first few days of school and many posters around campus, really showing our appreciation for our staff and faculty. We hosted our first rally of the year last Friday on the 22nd. It went well, and we are continuing to improve and really try and incorporate student ideas. And we are receiving a lot of positive feedback on that. We had cheer, dance, and hip-hop perform, and we included both student and teacher games, all of which garnered a lot of excitement from our student body. We had a Spirit Week the week of the rally, and we noticed a good percentage of involvement from students. Moving on to our upcoming events, football season for Ventura football and flag football is upcoming. Football is having their first game away at Thousand Oaks High School this Friday, and we are very excited. Our homecoming is next month on September 20th from 7 to 10, and we will be having spirit days and activities for students to participate in leading up to homecoming. We have a newer class on campus, which is our Renaissance class, and they have started something called Cougar Country, which is where we are encouraging students to wear something country like a cowboy hat, boots, or a belt to increase school spirit, and they are giving out prizes and treats to people who participate, which is really exciting, and I think it'll be really helpful to increase student involvement. Renaissance is our class. It's a newer class that is focused on staff and student appreciation from bell to bell on campus, a little different from ASB, but still just as important and very exciting for us. Moving on to facilities is a really short slide, but we had a new addition at the stadium this summer. Flag football now has their own locker room in the upper lot. This is helpful because they now have a facility that only they are able to use during their season. And thank you for being here tonight. I'm really excited to be working with you guys in the future.
And thank you all for kicking us off on such a strong start. Appreciate your reports. Thank you.
Do you have any correspondence?
We do not.
Okay, I see we have public comments. We'll turn it over to our Director of Communications.
We do, thank you. One moment here. Okay, let me bring up the timer. We have 2 general public comment speakers this evening, and I will be giving you 3 minutes and giving you a 30-second warning when time is almost up. The governing board recognizes the impact that civility has in the effective operation of the district, including its role in creating a safe and positive school climate and enabling a focus on student well-being, learning, and achievement. The board believes that each person should be treated with dignity and respect in their interactions within the school community. The board understands that the First Amendment provides strong protection for speech. However, the board also expects that speech, expression, and action will follow the norms of civil behavior on district grounds and district meetings. Please remember that this meeting is streaming live, and we do have students that attend and watch our meetings, so keep language as respectful as possible. Please also note that the microphone at the podium has been calibrated, and there's no need to touch, just speak right on into it. Finally, the board is listening and paying attention to your comments. However, due to various factors, including the Brown Act, they do not respond to public comment. Please forgive me in advance if I do mispronounce your name. First up will be Casey Rodriguez, followed by Deborah Meyer-Morris.
Hello. Tonight I speak for all of those who are not safe to come speak, and for VUSD employees in various schools who have talked with me as a trusted community advocate. As the County Board of Supervisors failed to do what's right today, it is crucial that our local school districts take a drastic stand to protect their students, families, and staff. What I have to say is not meant to be seen as pointing fingers, but create change. Some VUSD families fear sending their children to school. Many are wanting safer and more smoother drop-offs and pickups They fear attending back-to-school nights and other socials, like next year's graduation, because we have seen these thugs don't mind breaking rules, such as walking straight into campus events without checking in the offices, and kidnapping a student with disabilities. VUSD staff members finds there's a lack of clarity on related policy on what we are supposed to do. This is unacceptable. We've had plenty of time to clearly understand how to keep our students safe, what each staff member should do in such an emergency. Classified staff was astonished that our mandatory orientation did not discuss such a safety training. All these staff members believe we need cameras at all schools. Perhaps we need to get creative and fundraise for the money. This school year, we must prioritize safety. Some might think I'm too serious. Well, I'd rather be too serious than lose a VUSD student, staff, or family member. And since we've been back, I have seen changes on certain students. I have seen certain students look abnormally tired and stressed, which leads me to think ICE is already affecting our students. How can an educator teach successfully when students do not feel safe? I might not have all the answers, but I believe collaborating with VC Defensa would be beneficial. Also, all educators need to research
30
AB
seconds.
715, AB 715, and hopefully make calls against it. And VUSD should find a way to protect teachers' freedom in case it does pass. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Meyer-Morris has 1 minute because she's speaking on several items this evening.
Hi, Deborah Meyer-Morris. You all know me well. Thank you for the headset that actually works, but now I can't see. And as Greg knows, and many of you know, I have multiple disabilities from my brain injury. Okay, so now I'm in the back 40. You know, for the last 10 years, I've sat in the front row for a reason, so I could understand what's happening at these school meetings. And, you know, it's been months and months of asking for a reasonable accommodation in this room. You've now had a presentation from a vendor who could sell you towers so you could hear in your classrooms, but you can't even have a conversation about investing in them for this room. Rather, you continue to marginalize those of us that are students or people with disabilities who come here to sit us in the corner. I'm not going to sit in the corner and be quiet anymore. Also, I want to point out on C1 online is not the same as C1 here. C1 online is regarding the provisional interim credential
Time is up.
for the replaced employee in the early childhood center. The
Time is
special
up.
ed. Thank you.
Okay, at this time, student board members, I know you just finished your first week, so if you would like to leave and start on your homework packets, this would be the time.
You're also welcome to stay.
Oh yeah, you're definitely welcome to stay.
Welcome to stay.
Okay, next we have contract amendments for the superintendent. So there's going to be 4 contract amendments, and I have to read the language. So the good thing is I like hearing my voice, so we're good there. But there will be some reading on this. So action item number 1, contract amendment for the superintendent. First read. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54953 subdivision, the board provides this oral summary of the salary and fringe benefit increase recommendation for the following local agency executive. The board has reached agreement with the superintendent for the second amendment of the initial agreement dated on June 29th, 2022. The material terms of the second amendment are as follows. The term of employment contracts between the district and the superintendent is extended by 1 year from a term of July 1st, 2025 to June 30th, 2029. Additional elements of compensation include the ability of the superintendent to make a one-time election with approval to add up to 15 days of vacation days to the superintendent's positive work year calendar with the commensurate regular compensation, thereby increasing the number of work days from the initial 224 and other benefits contained in the contract. All other terms of the employment of the superintendent remain the same as approved by the reporting board. So I'll entertain a motion if there's no questions.
I move to accept.
A second?
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 3-0.
The next contract amendment is for the assistant superintendent of business services. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54953 Subdivision C3, the board provides this oral summary of the salary and fringe benefits increase recommendation for the following local agency executive. The board has reached agreement with the Assistant Superintendent of Business Services for the second amendment to the initial agreement dated July 10th, 2023. The material terms of the second amendment are as follows. The term of the employment contract between the district and the Assistant Superintendent of Business Services is extended by 1 year for a term of July 1st, 2025 to June 30th, 2028, and any other benefits contained in the contract. All other terms of employment of the Assistant Superintendent of Business Services remain the same as approved and reported by the board. I'll entertain a motion to accept this contract.
Move to accept.
Second?
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 3-0.
The next amendment is Superintendent of Educational Services. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54953 Subdivision C3, the board provides the oral summary of the salary and/or fringe benefits increase recommendation for the following local agency executive. The board has reached agreement with the Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services for the second amendment to the initial agreement dated August 26, 2025. The material terms of the second amendment are as follows. The term of employment contract between the district and the Assistant Superintendent of Educational Service is extended by 1 year for a term of July 1st, 2025 to June 30th, 2028. Additional elements of the compensation include the ability of the Superintendent of Educational Services to make a one-time election with approval to add up to 15 days of vacation days to the Assistant Superintendent's Educational Services positive year work calendar with commensurate regular compensation, thereby increasing the number of work days from the initial 2024 and any other benefits contained in the contract. All other terms of employment for the Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services remain the same as approved and reported by the board.
I'll move approval.
I'll second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 3-0.
Okay, the next contract is for Human Resources. Pursuant to Government Code Section 5493 Subdivision C3, the board provides this oral summary of the salary and fringe benefit increase recommendation for the following local agency executive. The board has reached agreement with the Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources for the second amendment to the initial agreement dated February 15th, 2022. The material terms of the second amendment as is follows. The term of the employment contract between the district and the Assistant Superintendent of Human Services is extended by 1 year, a term of July 1st, 2025 to June 30th, 2028. Additional elements of the compensation include the ability for the Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources to make a one-time election with the approval to add up to 15 days of vacation days to the Assistant Superintendent Human Resources positive work schedule, with the commensurate regular compensation there by increasing the number of work days from the initial 224 and any other benefits contained in the contract. All other terms of the employment of the Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources remain the same as approved and reported by the board. I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 3-0.
Okay, the next section is from Educational Services.
Yeah, thank you, President Peterson. It's my pleasure once again to bring forward to you for the board's consideration supplemental novels that have gone through the process as designated by either a full read from committee or through a fast track. And these two texts that are being brought before you went through a full committee read as a result of them not being on the California adopted list. And so I've invited our teacher on special assignment, our professional development specialist, Sarah Gluck Perez, who leads this committee, to talk about these novels' adoption processes specifically, and the nexus between these two texts and the process and previous board conversations and presentations from our anti-bias, anti-racism committee. Sarah, take it away.
Thank you for having me here and allowing us to just talk a little bit more to you, a little bit more in depth than usual about the text we're bringing forward today. It's really just a couple of slides, and then if you have any questions. These are the two books we're bringing forward, and we're really proud to do so from the committee. The first one is a graphic novel called March, and it's being recommended for you to consider approval in English Language Arts and History in grades 8 through 12. And the other book is called The Nickel Boys. It's a Pulitzer Prize-winning novel recommended with parameters for English 10, 11, and 12. And as Dr. Bayless mentioned, we have a process that you're aware of. We've come before you, and we wanted to reassure you that the process does include input from our anti-bias, anti-racist work group and our African American Parent Council as well. You all are aware as well that, next slide, that we've had a conversation here in the past few months about the use of the N-word in our novels, in our literature, in primary sources, in videos, in video clips, in articles. We have a abbreviated statement here, full statement, longer statement available on our website. This was created in conjunction with our anti-bias, anti-racist work group and our African American Parent Council. And the next slide, we just want to reassure you we have the resources. I want to remind everyone, and for the record, that these books are, we're asking for you to consider them for approval only to be available to teachers who are interested in using them. Our committee does not, we don't approve curriculum. This isn't a book that is going to be, these aren't novels that are required to be taught. And so these are just now going to be available for teachers who are interested, and they've been brought to us by teachers interested in using them with their whole class. We want to reassure that we have the resources available for teachers to use before teaching the novels for themselves, to work with students before they start the novels, if they choose to do so, and for resources as they teach. A lot of that is housed in our anti-bias, anti-racist website. There are also resources here that all sites are using in back-to-school messages with their staff at their sites to reinforce the practices here in Ventura Unified. And next slide, we also have developed with the input from African American Parent Council, a rubric that we are working, and I work with teachers, with staff, and with the committee to help us discuss novels that teachers bring us, discuss the mitigating factors for things that we know are areas that teachers need support in, and students would potentially encounter that they would like to have discussed beforehand and be prepared for. And these two novels are, with the use of the rubric, the committee came to the decision to approve and to bring these two to you for your consideration. So we have similar rubrics for different marginalized groups that are represented in literature that teachers bring to us that they are interested in bringing to students. Again, none of this is required reading. This isn't mandatory. It's now just becomes available on a list for teachers to consider to bringing into their classroom. And the last slide is just an example of the way that one of the novels is fully available as a novel study in our adopted curriculum. We've had Study Sync as the adopted core English language arts curriculum for grades 6 through 12. We're in, I think, our 7th year of that contract. And we feel strongly that your approval of that curriculum a while ago wasn't in perpetuity of every book that they then add to their library. So teachers are required to bring forth even a novel that's available in its entirety in our curriculum. They are required to bring it forward to the committee for consideration before they can teach the entire novel. And there are study guides like this one that help prepare teachers and students all on every step of the way, including lesson planning ahead of time, during and after the novel. And this is one that we've written in the board memo that we present to you today. Would be a stipulation for approving this novel would be that teachers do consult the adopted curriculum study guides that come along with the novels.
Questions?
I just wanted to bookend that by thanking Sarah for the several years, I don't know how many years it's been now, but at least 5 years where she spearheaded this. And we really do in this district have a gold standard process for diversifying our literature. So under the board's direction, we've done, I think, a fabulous job of diversifying the array of text available for our teachers to teach, and we have just a solid process to bring those to you. It's, of course, the board's discretion to approve or deny those books, but I'm really proud of the process and mostly proud of the direction that Deidre and Sarah have shepherded this process for many years. So, for your consideration.
Questions?
I just want to know how I get on your committee because you bring the coolest books. And I've already added Nickel Boys to my reading list.
Very good.
So thank you. I have no questions. They both seem phenomenal, and I personally look forward to reading them.
Thank you. We would love to have you on our committee, of course. Thank you.
I was curious. The John Lewis book is one of a 3-part series. Is there a reason that we're only adopting the first one?
Just that the first one's been brought forward by teachers interested in using it, and I think it will lead to an interest in the subsequent books as well. These are available already as a novel, but this is the graphic novel, which we review graphic novel versions of novels because there can be representations in the novel that aren't visually available in the print version, and so we take full consideration of it, and we're proud of this one to bring this one to you. I do think it'll drum up some interest in the subsequent ones. Mm-hmm.
Sarah, you know, I feel like I say this every time you're here, but I really appreciate the thoughtfulness with which your department and team does all of this, because, you know, just the fact that, like, even though kids could right now check that book out of the library, we're adopting the graphic novel because, like you said, right, like there are sometimes pictures in there that may be different than what you would feel if you read something, mm-hmm. right, like that visual representation. So I really appreciate the thoughtfulness that goes into this, and I'm happy to make a motion unless you have a question.
Well, yeah, I just have a question about, on the second book, you said with instruction. What does that mean?
Which one is the second book for you?
The
Nickel Boys. And ask the question again, sorry.
When you presented it and you said at the end of the sentence, you said with instruction, you didn't do it with the first one.
Yeah.
That's the.
Just that we wanted to add to your approval would come with this idea that teachers would be required, with the support of the Office of Curriculum Instruction, to consider the study guide that comes with our adopted curriculum that offers this full novel. And teachers don't teach this yet, even though it's in our adopted curriculum, because we want it to go through our process first. And so now this will become available for teachers if they're interested, and we'd like to stipulate that they consider the study guide that comes with it.
Okay. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 3-0.
And President Peterson, before we move on to the next action item, I just want to thank the group. We heard from the AAPC committee some really relevant and strong feedback. Thank you for taking that into consideration as we build this, because beyond the support to teachers, it also reinforces that belief in when the parents voice their concerns that we're going to hear them and implement them. So thank you for the care and consideration you gave those recommendations.
Thank you.
Okay, next is human resources. Approval of provisional intern permits.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 3-0.
Next, we have the Ventura Unified School District and Ventura Educational Support Professionals, VESPA, Memorandum of Understanding.
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 3-0.
And although Carol's not here, did just want to say thank you to our VESPA partners for helping us reach agreement on this. Really appreciate their partnership.
I will be sure she gets that message from you all. Thank you.
You got to assume she's home watching with ice on her knee. Take care of her.
Okay, next is the receipt of consideration of real property offers. I guess I should read this. On November 10th, 2020, the district governing board took action and adopted the District 711 committee recommendation to declare Student Estate and Jewett Estate as surplus. The 711 committee also recommended other district properties to be identified as surplus. However, the other identified properties are not the subject of these offers referenced below, to be received by the Board of Education at this time.
I make a motion to acknowledge receipt.
I'll second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 3-0.
Okay, next is request of approval of contracts exceeding $25,000.
Move to approve.
I'm sorry, we have public comment prior to going to approval. So
Sorry.
if there's no questions, then
I'm sorry, I didn't see that. Public comment?
that's okay. We do have one. One moment, please. It'll be 1 minute for Deborah Meyer-Morris.
All right. This is a follow-up to the email I sent on Saturday to y'all and to the superintendent. I didn't receive an answer, in case you're wondering. I'm still wondering, as a member of the LCAP committee, how a $202,000 settlement for a special ed student being denied FAPE, which is a free and appropriate public education, can be coded as an LCAP 1 goal. And how it can even be on this agenda
30 seconds.
without being provided to the public. I know previously superintendents taken the position that there's a FERPA barrier to this. Yes, FERPA applies. You may redact the document, but you may not withhold it. I have stockpiled a number of these settlement agreements over the last 2 years, and I intend to be bringing a writ of mandate to compel production of them in the very near future. In the meanwhile, as an LCAP member, I want to know how we can justify this expenditure with LCAP
Time
money.
is up.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Thank
Yes.
you. Motion carries 3-0.
Okay, next is a conference item for educational services, update on school site council.
All right, thank you very much, President Peterson. It's my pleasure to continue the conversation that we had earlier in the summer regarding school site council bylaws being updated and the SIPSA process. And I've invited Deidre and Margaret here tonight. And just by way of introduction, Deidre consults with all of our secondary principals, of course, on school site council processes and budgets. And Margaret is our compliance specialist who keeps us all legal, or tries to keep us all legal, and guides us through federal program monitoring. And she really is the lead on all things school site council and Title I. So very appreciative of their work. And so we wanted to extend the conversation and talk to you about the bylaw updates that we made over the summer as a result of feedback that we received from school site councils, and also some of the new innovations and measures that we're taking to better educate school site council members about the school site budgets, and all to improve transparency and the quality of feedback. So, Deidre and Margaret, thank you for being here. Take it away.
It is our pleasure. Good evening. So again, as Greg mentioned, this is a follow-up from a previous presentation in June 24th, and at the back of this presentation, you'll see some resources that we won't necessarily go over unless you have questions about those, but they are there for your reference as well as the public's reference. All right, so we have two revisions, specifically some language that has been revised to clarify. The first one is who can be on a school site council. And so this one references parents or guardians who are eligible. So I'm just going to read the highlighted section out loud. An elected school site council community member who is not a parent or guardian of a student enrolled at the site must reside within VUSD boundary. If a community member changes residence during their term, such as that they no longer live within VUSD's boundary, their membership on school site council shall be automatically terminated. Parents or guardians who reside outside of a school site's attendance boundary have a child attending a school site on an approved inter-district or inter-district transfer permit are eligible to be elected members of a school site council. And the second revision is language emphasizing the responsibility of principals to be transparent with all of their budgets. And so this reads, school site principals are required to seek school site council input on all elements of the school's budget. All targeted actions and expenditures that are tied to the SIPSA, that's the School Plan for Student Achievement, and their goals and their funding sources require a school site council vote. And in a later slide, there's a budget presentation for principals to use to train school site councils in all of the different budget categories.
I'm sorry, Deidre, could you just go back a slide? I have a question about the language of the parent guardian. Just curious why that doesn't just read any parent or / guardian of a student enrolled in in a school is eligible to serve, because I'm just thinking this doesn't cover. So this says if you live outside the boundary but your child is on a waiver, right, on a inter or intra. But it could be a split parent household where a parent lives in Santa Paula, but their kid lives part of the time in town and goes to a school because they're not on an intra-district or an inter. They're just a split household where one parent lives outside of our boundaries, and that parent would still be eligible to serve, right? So it seems like this language is unnecessarily complicated.
And it also includes community members who aren't necessarily parents or guardians as well.
Right.
Yeah, I think that's fair feedback. The edit requests that we received were about clarifying boundary of residence, and so that's why we went with the language that focused on that. Probably could have been said in fewer words, but we were trying to answer the specific. We were trying to answer the specific questions that were being submitted to us by school site councils.
And in fairness, like, it hadn't occurred to me until I was reading it over the weekend, and I was like, well, this is like there's a lot of extra thing here that maybe isn't necessary, right? So just I know this isn't an action item anyway, so you can incorporate or not incorporate that as you see fit.
That question has come up often throughout my years, that community members who might be in the neighborhood of a school often are partnerships with and they join or are part of school site council, and it's important that we know that, that's part of the VUSD boundary as well. All right.
Actually, you just made me think of something. So does that mean that at a school like Foothill or Mound that has no boundary, there would be no role for a community member?
No.
No, that would mean they would need to live somewhere in the Ventura Unified Attendance Boundary, since they have no specific school site boundary.
Right.
Yeah.
So there's two added, so additions that weren't there previously about members participating virtually. So the first note is school site council members may participate virtually online for an in-person meeting if they're unable to attend in person. Members who attend virtually may vote and their attendance counts towards quorum. If the meeting is virtual only, it must be accessible online for public participation. And the second portion, in-person school site council meetings shall be held at the school campus whenever practicable, and school site council meetings may be held virtually or online. And it is allowable for school site councils to vote on whether or not to hold school site council meetings virtually or online.
Or combination.
And combine both. Some of our schools do in-person and virtual for the convenience for everyone. Okay. All right, so the very first school site council meeting for all of our principals and school site councils, there's generally a training on school site council practices. This year we're adding a budget training for the school site councils to go over all of the different budgets that our schools have to support academic achievement throughout the school year. And so this first slide shares details about these three budgets. Supplemental, we also refer to this as site-based LCAP, Title I, Part A, and site-based unrestricted funds. So there's rules and regulations for different budgets, and it's important that our school site council members understand the restrictions and allowable expenses. The next four budgets include restricted lottery, which are instructional funds, special education, which can only be used for students who have IEPs, site donations, and Prop 28, which is specific to visual and performing arts. We won't go into these links tonight, but they are accessible to anyone who would like to open them. We have all the different bylaws for elementary, our TK-8, middle, and high schools. And again, in the back of this presentation are references to the previous June presentations, and we're happy to open it up to questions for Margaret or I.
We also have that.
Okay.
We also have the presentation for school site council attached. If you click on the link, you can look at the presentation.
One of the, I guess, questions I have about the guide for school site councils that's linked is in the intro it doesn't kind of have thank you for being on school site council, here's your role, right? It jumps straight into types of funds and how you, so I think if we're going to expect that site leaders or administrators are going to give this as a training, that we would want to maybe soften the intro a little bit with, we appreciate you giving all of your time to help your school. Here are some things that we think hopefully you'll get out of this. And not just like, here's the site fund.
Yeah, we can absolutely add that. We can make that change.
We actually prepared another presentation for the training, for actual training of school site council that includes all that information that you are thinking of. You probably read my mind because I was just working on that presentation right now. Yes, and we always have some sort of a guide that we give to school site councils, but in this case, we're going to present both. We're going to present the roles and composition and election process and all those details that everybody needs to know when they first start on school site council. And then a second part of it would be this budget explanation presentation to make new members and the returning members more familiar with the terms and budget sources, because it could be a little bit overwhelming. So we tried to come up with this presentation that it's a little bit more user-friendly, so to speak.
Margaret, this made me think that probably the first time I met you was at a school site council training. A district office when they used to be over there. Thank you. I appreciate the explanation. That's very helpful.
That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We do have public comment on this item.
Yes, we have.
So I did have not so much a question. This is really more for Dr. Castro. Because this has been such a contentious issue, and I know you're not asking for a vote on this, one of the things I was wondering about is, since we're making this big shift, is there a way for us to build into this change a feedback loop so that, this is a big culture shift for us as a district. So I would love to survey school site council participants at some point, maybe like in the spring after they've been through a budget cycle and because that's going to happen in January, and get their feedback on okay, we made this change. Are you still feeling heard? Are you still feeling like this is a collaborative process?
So the answer is yes, and if there's consensus from the board, even though we're doing it a little bit early, we can bring that back as a future board item. And actually, with that lead time, it would give us an opportunity to refine what that survey would look like, and we can, I don't know where Margaret went. There we go, Margaret. But we're working with the team. We can take a look at some other instruments that other districts have used, not to necessarily say that it's peer review, but something that is something would be as close to industry standard as we can, and we can bring that back as a future board item as well. Okay.
So I have a question, and I think it's probably directed at you, Dr. Castro. Am I mistaken? I thought the first time that this was presented, it was going to be an action item. So is the board not going to be taking action on this item?
That's a good question. We had the action item was for SIPSA approvals, and did we take action? I can't remember. Honestly, I'm trying to remember.
Well, I know that we've not taken action on it.
We've not taken action on the school
On the
site.
bylaws.
On the bylaws, that's correct.
So is the board not taking action on the bylaws?
Today, we're not taking action, but with your prompting, we'll go back and see if we need to take action on the bylaw approval, and we'll bring that back. But I agree, we haven't taken action on the school site council bylaws, but I believe we took action on SIPSA approvals. Yes. Yeah.
So let me see, what's the question I want to ask? So then these new bylaws will be used without action from the board. You're not requiring action from the board in order to start using these bylaws.
I see Anthony thinking, but one of the things that came from this conference item was some additional feedback. So we would need to make some adjustments to at least one of these items and guidance. Anthony, do you have a response to that?
I'd have to take a look at the regs and see if action is required. I'm not saying it is or it isn't. No. Right now, Sabrina, I just don't know the answer to your question. So
yeah,
I will find out
I think we
an
looked
answer to your
into it
question.
before that we talked about it when it first came up, because I remember I think I equated it to the same proposition that didn't require, where you just brought it up, Prop 28, where you bring it to us. And I was asking, why are you bringing it to us if we don't need to approve it? And then I think the same conversation happened with this, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't recall that, President Peterson, but like I said, I will find the answer and then let Dr. Castro know so that he can inform the board members just to see what we have to do next, if anything.
Yeah, if action is required, we would need to bring it back for action. I think that's the quick answer.
I think my perspective would just be that I would love to see this come as an action item, because I personally have some concerns about it that I would like an opportunity not just to express them. I've already expressed my concerns in several open meetings, but I would like an opportunity for us to have a vote on it if possible.
Okay, if we absolutely would. Again, we'll look into that. Thank you.
Okay, number 2.
Wait, we do have public comment?
Yes, the number 2 is the public comment.
This will be 1 minute again as we're dividing between items. Deborah Meyer-Morris.
All right, so I have a concern regarding this also, and has to do with the training, and the training that's related to special education particularly. Assistive technology is what I need tonight, and I don't have, right? So now you're going to have people at a school site council who don't have a special ed student because there's no requirement that a parent or a representative of the disability community of that school site be on the school site council committee. They're going to make the decisions about what is accessible technology and what's enough accessible technology for a student to access the curriculum. Does that seem like a good idea to you? Because as a parent of a 13-year special ed student in this district who never got their accessible technology correctly, I can say that is a horrible idea. So I really want you to revisit that and make sure that if you're going to task that, which I don't think is a good idea, to the school site council, that you give them significant guardrails. Thank you.
Okay, next is Fiscal Crisis and Management Assistant Team. Greg. Oh, we're going to take a break at 7:30 is how it's scheduled, unless we are in need of one. So 7:30 will be our next break.
All right, thank you, President Peterson, inviting up the team. Thank you, Nick and Neil, for being here to present on the work that we have done based on the FCMAT recommendations. Neil, thanks for being here. Take it away.
All right. Good evening, Board President, Board Trustees, Dr. Castro. I'm a little bit under the weather, so if my voice cracks, I apologize ahead of time. All right. So we're going to begin by just revisiting our commitment to special education here at Ventura Unified. VUSD is dedicated to equitable, inclusive, and effective educational opportunities for all students. We have an update today on the responses to 30 FCMAT recommendations that were made in the February 22nd, 2024 report. And this was also guided by expert consultation from Mary Samples. So we kind of broke up the recommendations into different domains, this being the continuum of service options, teacher training and co-teaching. We're having now quarterly trainings in the 24-25 school year, as well as into the 25-26 school year. We have expanded to 67 co-teaching sections by the end of the 24-25 school year, and have continue to expand beyond that in the 25-26 school year. The TKK Inclusion Initiative, we launched that this year at the beginning of the school year to include identified students with disabilities and general education TK and K classrooms across the district. The deaf and hard of hearing, we expanded to the Learning Center model with enhanced staff training. So prior to the FCMAT review, we had a consistent continuum of services at the elementary level and even beginning in the infant level and in preschool. But once students hit secondary, they were going to typically Cabrillo and then heading off to another district to get their high school supports. We no longer have to do that, so all of our Ventura kids who are part of the deaf and hard of hearing program are able to stay in the district at their high school of choice all the way through 12th grade. Oh, and then the UDL, we've continued to implement UDL practices across general education and special education as well. This year we're having a 4-day Trainer of Trainers program that we're working in collaboration with the SELPA on to build capacity in our staff to expand some of that professional development and capacity building within our district.
Neil, if you wouldn't mind going back to the previous slide, and I'm sorry that you're under the weather and you have to be here, but I was curious, the bullet points kind of focus on our efforts with staff, but don't show us like how it's impacting students. And so one of the things I would like to request is, and not for today, I'm not expecting you to know those things, but if we could get kind of the number of students that are being impacted by these organizational changes. And then a second layer of that is, I think it would really be helpful for us to share that information with CDAC and get their feedback on these things, right? So, because I know that like that is an area where our engaged special education parents like want to understand what's the impact of the changes that we're making. So like having 67 co-taught classes is fantastic. How many kids is that impacting? Right, like what percentage of our
I have
special
some of that
education,
information to share.
Kids. So I think, if you want to share that, you're totally welcome to. But I also think it would be just great to get a written version of this that we could share with engaged families and the public.
So Neil is prepared to share some details, and he'll do that. Also, in terms of CDAC, part of it is a timing issue. Like building the master schedules, but then actually having students in them. We're now at a place where we can run what that like impacts are, so we can absolutely do that in addition to whatever Neil shares tonight.
Yeah, and we have worked closely with CDAC on all of these initiatives, as well as who's being impacted, because those are the conversations that we're having in there. Our most recent data available, and so just to clarify, data is pulled on Census Day every year for our Fall 1 reporting, and that's what's used for our letter of determination that we typically receive in anywhere between January and March.
Yes, October.
It's October, that day that they take.
Yeah, the Census Day is in October, but then we'll receive our letter later, like January through March, depending on when the CD is able to get that to us. And that's the data that we utilize. We also run internal data as well. Right now, as we're going through the transition to Aries, we're working on the transition with Aries and CalPads, and so we can hopefully soon get another update up once our CalPads report is ready. But the data that we're using right now is from our most recent reporting through CDE.
And Neil, just before you go in, the report that Neil is referencing is a statewide compliance documents, but you're also going to share some statistics that aren't necessarily compliance related. They're just
I have.
So
like,
if you can draw
stuff.
those distinctions between the compliance data and just data that we have locally.
Okay, sure. So our most recent data indicates that approximately 50% of students with disabilities are now in general education settings more than 80% of the day. That's one of the indicators that we get measured on by the CDE. The goal that the CDE wants us to reach by the end of this school year is around 70%. This has been an increase from our last reporting, which was 44.9%, reflecting our priority to expand inclusive practices across the district after this FICMAT report and a lot of the work that we're doing as a department.
So was that 50% from last year, or like
last
currently?
October we're at 50%.
Okay,
so we anticipate it being higher as we've expanded. But even at that point, we were already up 5.2%. The percentage of students in general education less than 40% of the day, which is another major indicator, has decreased from around 28% to around 13% from previous levels. Again, with our shift towards more inclusive practices. Enrollment in separate schools, which is another major indicator. So that would be like VCO schools or non-public schools, schools that don't have any opportunities for inclusion. Last October, we were at 5.5%, which is a slight reduction from 6% the previous October. And then FICMAT's review. Since the FICMAT review, special day class enrollment has begun to decline. We closed 3 of our mild moderate SDC classes out of the 7 that we had total. So this year we have 4. Last year we had 7. With early indicators suggesting a 3 to 5% decrease as more students transition to co-teaching models and they're having IEPs and they have that opportunity to move into those general education settings.
Neil, you probably don't see this, but Shannon and I are like feverishly writing down all this data. So it'd be really helpful just to get, I mean, I appreciate you saying it, but also it would be really helpful to get it in written form.
We absolutely will. We'll get that. And since we're pausing in the conversation, Neil, you're so versant in this. If you can just back up a moment, you made an explicit connection between data and a collapsing of moderate to severe classes or mild to
moderate classes.
Mild moderate classes, most of which is a result of the increased co-teaching. But if you can just affirm for the community that the services that are delivered are based on IEP needs. And so if you could just talk about like the IEP real quickly and how IEP services and goals drive programs, if you would. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. So I mean, all of our programs and staffing allocations are driven by student needs. So if we have enough students that have IEPs that designate them to receive services in a special day class, we would increase. But as students, their offers of free and appropriate education, which is their IEP services and placement offer, have moved towards more inclusive settings, that has impacted the need for however many teachers and classrooms that we need as well. So it's a direct reflection of student needs, and it's all driven by IEPs.
Thank you. I think that's an important distinction for the community to understand.
So can I just ask a question then? Because because largely the students haven't changed, right? Like so from let's say 2 years ago to last year, it was the same students, but what's different is that we're offering to provide the accommodations that they need in an inclusive setting so that there's not a reason for them to stay in a mild, moderate. Is that?
Yeah, I love the question, and you're using some key terms. I'll hand this over to Neil to talk about the programming piece, but given my special ed background, I can't help myself with the question. So the accommodations and modifications, those can be via 504s or IEPs. They can be used in general ed settings, special ed settings. The accommodations and modifications can be applied anywhere the student needs them. But the question about, regardless of where the accommodations and modifications are used, Neil was touching on what the offer of FAPE is, and he had previously talked about a percentage of day placed in general education and special education. So Neil, if you can talk about what we're seeing in terms of what you're sharing is the number of students that are spending more time. So right now we are talking about students with disabilities, but they are spending more of their time within their school day in general education settings. So if you can talk about how, and I think this goes back to my prompt about the IEPs, how are those decisions made? Because Trustee Rodriguez's point is largely, although we do have had a change in some of the numbers of students in special education, but we're talking about the same type of students. So how does the same type of students, how do we continue to meet their needs in a less restrictive environment?
Yeah, sure. So, it's kind of the idea, like if you build it, they will come. If we don't have an opportunity or the right supports available to students in the general education classroom, then that has been traditionally bypassed as an option, especially in our secondary school. Like before we had co-teaching, if you needed any academic support through special education, like what we call SAI, then you had to get it in a separate class. Yeah, specialized academic instruction.
Thank you.
You had to get it in a separate environment because that was the only opportunity we had. So to go back to Dr. Castro's point about the IEP meeting, so like I'm a special ed teacher. So if I'm case managing a case and I'm leading an IEP and I'm in secondary in Ventura Unified 3 years ago, and a student needs any academic support, the only thing I have to offer in that meeting in the past was, we have these mild to moderate SDC classes where you can receive support for English or math. Now that we have co-taught opportunities built into our master schedule ahead of time, that's an option for all of our teams to consider. And in special ed, we always consider the least restrictive environment first, which is the general education classroom with supports. And so we need to add extra supports to the general ed classroom, and that's the whole idea behind co-teaching, is now we have the special education specialist in the classroom with the general education teacher to combine forces. And then there's other supports we can offer, like in our TK and K inclusion initiative, we have extra adult support, not as part of the IEPs, but in those classrooms, so we can support the functionality of the classroom as maybe a need for increased supports exist. And so if we've added all the supports to the gen ed class and a student is still not meeting their goals and progressing, and we've come together and exhausted those supports, it's kind of like, you know, MTSS type thing on the gen ed side, then we can look at more restrictive placements because we've tried them. But before, we were just kind of passing that over. So now students are having that opportunity, especially in the TKK initiative coming out of preschool. They haven't even had any access to real academic instruction. It's 100% play-based. And so now they're coming into an environment where it's kind of, TK is a hybrid, you know, of play-based instruction and your introduction to standards-based and kindergarten readiness. And so kids are having a chance, you know, through those years, and there's so much development happening from age 3 until really kids hit like 6, and, you know, they're moving towards like that first grade. And so then they're really in a standards-based environment, and we can see if there's any true gaps that exist. But if we're making a judgment before they have that chance, then we're not even giving kids that chance. So it's just something that we have for our teams available to consider, and our data shows that our teams are considering and then giving kids a chance. And to give you a number instead of a percentage, like co-teaching last year, we moved approximately 150 students like out of special day classes through their IEP process. I shouldn't say we, but our IEP teams did, into the co-taught classes.
And Neil, that was last year with where we had about 45 sections, given this year's 67. I mean, I had guesstimated about 200. So the co-teaching sections really mean these 6, 8, 10 students that would have been in an SDC classroom are now in a gen ed environment. So that doesn't mean that that's necessarily 200 students. Those are 200 course enrollments. So it could be one student gets now 1, 2, maybe even 3 of those co-taught sections. So we'd have to run intensive data reports to find out, but we're talking about upwards of 200 course enrollments, which is significant.
Yeah, I think it would be very helpful. Last year, I know we got numbers of kids with IEPs that were in the co-taught class, but I felt like that isn't necessarily as useful as the number that you just gave. Kids who would have been in a more restrictive environment, who, because of this change, they were able to be in an inclusive environment, right? So that's because oftentimes you have kids with an IEP, but they would have been in a general education setting even before, right? So that doesn't show movement necessarily. So I think that other data that you just mentioned would be really helpful.
Yeah, we will, in addition to all the other data that we're talking about, we can provide that. Just know that given that they're IEP team decisions, we can just talk about trends. Like at this point, at this time, this is what, and you can make the guesstimates as to what that would have looked like in the future, but we can absolutely do that, and we'll do that.
Well, and I think one of the things that we're often coming back to is just making sure that we're having that like full circle moment where we're coming back and looking about, okay, great, we have moved all of these kids into a less restrictive environment, and they have all these wonderful opportunities. Now, like academically, how is that working out for them as well, to make sure that all of this movement ends up being a great end result for them. So
yeah, we thank you for the feedback. We based on the direction that the board had provided us last year, we were anticipating that we're going to want to provide the board I don't want to say a mid-year, but an interim update on some of these inclusive practices and the impacts. We're just such at the beginning of the year, it's just too premature, but it is absolutely on our radar to bring this forward and to give the board an update on these initiatives. And before you start the next slide, President Peterson, did you want to?
Yes, we're going to take a 10-minute break in between the slides. Yeah, 7:45. Okay, we're coming back with the FICMAT recommendation update, part 2.
All right. So as part of the FICMAT report, we had a couple of recommendations in the area of professional development. One of them was inclusion training. We currently are, like I said earlier, continuing with our quarterly collaboration trainings in terms of inclusion. Last year, we were working closely with our TOSA team in the district. This year, we secured a grant through the Supporting Inclusive Practices organization, which is a branch of the state of California. Actually, they changed their name to Supporting Innovative Practices, but they're supporting inclusion. So we have their support this year, free of charge, which is great. We already had our first kickoff with all of our co-teaching pairs a couple weeks ago, and we're going to continue with quarterly trainings for that group, as well as our TK inclusion staff. And on top of that, the facilitator is going to be providing personalized coaching for a lot of our teachers that are working in the initiative, as well as attending some of their faculty meetings, etc. Also, on that last slide, our paraeducator training continues. We continue year-round mandatory training on instructional best practices, disability awareness, behavior support, all the continuum of supports, and we continue to invite all of our paraprofessionals and classified staff to all of our district-wide trainings as well. Student identification. So previously, we were identified as disproportionate in regards to the subgroup that the state identifies as Hispanic. So what that means is that we were disproportionately identifying students who were identified by the state as Hispanic in relation to the percentage of students that we have represented in the district. So as of our most recent report that I was referring to earlier, that what we call the letter of determination, which is based on all of the data that was available on Census Day in October 2024, we're no longer identified as disproportionate. And we're ongoing with monitoring our annual review of student demographics by gender, race, ethnicity, EL status, and disability category.
Good. Dr. Castro, what are the types of kind of internal practices that lead to that kind of designation?
I'll ask Neil to talk about like what are the shifts that we see occurring that lead to I would say the no longer being eligible for that disproportionate. One thing in your comments though, can you highlight, and I apologize, I should have asked you to comment on this before, but the regional and local kind of leadership that we've put into this process, that, you know, the work that we had with multilingual going back for the last 2 years with our school psychologists and the trainings that we've provided, not just internally, but also provided at the county and in the regional level too, because that is a part of the answer. The training piece is definitely a part, but also some of the things that Neil has talked about before are as well. So Neil, if you could lead with the training and then talk about other factors.
So as soon as we had a look at our data that was captured in October of 2023, that's the data that ultimately led to the identification as disproportionate. We took a deep dive into it as a team and looked at some of our practices, what were we doing in terms of assessment, were our staff groups as a whole feeling as though they were equipped to assess students that were duly identified as as students with a disability as well as English learners. And so we surveyed our staff, we had some focus groups, et cetera, and by and large, staff did not feel well equipped to identify what's a language difference versus what's a language disability. So out of that, we put together a group that we called our COP, our community of practice for students that are duly identified. Our former deputy director led that work in collaboration with our TOSA team. And eventually, we kind of, became the gold standard in terms of our practices in the counties. Our team's gone out and trained the SALPA. We've trained all 21 districts, including ours, in the county. And we took those practices and put in some safeguards in terms of what does sound assessment look like in the process of identification, whether a student has a language difference or a language disability. A lot of it's in terms of like bilingual assessments. We're now by and large using assessors that are bilingual rather than before we were pretty much consistently utilizing translators with English speaking only assessors. And so there's, it's like almost like the game of telephone a bit. So we have people that are providing more sound practices. Other safeguards, like I was saying, include these ongoing demographic reviews. We're able to pull down these ODS extract files from CalPads. And those files we upload into a statewide secure system where we can run our own reports now. And so instead of waiting annually, and that's the report I was referring to earlier that I'm not able to run right now, but typically we run them here all the time, because if we're waiting until every October and then January to March to get our letter, things are happening over a 12-month period of time, and then it's like we're just playing catch up all the time. And so we've consistently run these reports on the 24th of every month, and that way we can see, and we can see by sight where are things happening. And so then we're able to target support for our staff and make sure that people are getting the coaching and, kind of hands-on support that they need. We've also dedicated a pretty significant part of our psychologist team, FTE, to bilingual assessments. So we ensure that we're hiring people that are bilingual and that we have people freed up and readily available to help our staff that do not speak Spanish fluently.
And Neil, I know you mentioned this, but I just want to emphasize the work that our teachers on special assignment did with helping train teachers and staff and raising awareness about not misunderstanding English learning, multilingual learning as a language deficit or a possible disability. And that work was really critical, I think, in our designation as no longer disproportionate.
Yeah, and I'll just add, I don't want to steal your thunder, but the next slide gets into more. It's the coupling of this plus our reinvestment in the student study team process or student success team process. I don't want to touch on that now because I know you're going to touch on that on the next slide, but that's an integral part of this as well.
Yeah, so
I have one, I don't know if it's a question or a comment, but how do we know we're not going the other direction? Like when I was at the California Black Educators Conference, this issue came up about being disproportionate to African Americans in different school districts. And then when it came up, almost 70% of the schools came off the list. But then there was a conversation about, are we really coming off the list because of practices, or are we coming off the list because we're aware of it and we don't put that demographic as many as we would before? So like what stops us from going the other way and saying, I don't want to be on the list anymore, so I'm not gonna, if it's between yes or no, I'm gonna go to no.
Yeah.
Neil, if I could just interject real quickly.
Sure.
I'm going to use the term gamification because this comes up not just in exactly what you were talking about, the disproportionality issue. This also comes up like in the California School Dashboard and other, the level of data and the level of sophistication, how layered it is, are real outcomes for real students. If there is a way to gamify, we would have to learn how other districts are doing that. We don't gamify these processes, and I think that's the most important thing for me to say. We're looking at the real outcomes because there's no from an improvement perspective. You can if the districts are investing more in trying to shape the data as opposed to the outcomes, that can work for a very short period of time, but it's not something that you can sustain over multiple years. At some point, you have to fix the underlying issues. You have to get to the root cause. So, Neil, what can you add there?
Yeah, I mean, and we don't kind of, in terms of what you're saying, as far as like gamification goes and like incentives, we don't talk to our staff about these indicators when we're talking to them about practices and professional development. We just talk about what best practices there are and why we do them. In terms of this in particular, a lot of it is just having this extra step where we're taking the language sample first prior to assessing students to see what's their dominant language that we're going to assess in. Because if we're assessing a student in a language, and this is what was likely happening more often than not in these cases, is that we're assessing a student in a language that is not their dominant language, and then they're underperforming on the assessment, and we're identifying them with disabilities. And so just taking that one extra step to take that language sample and determine which is really the dominant language that we should assess in has made a whole world of difference. Other than that, the process is identical. All right. So in terms of student study teams or SST and multi-tiered systems of support, MTSS, data-driven SST process prior to the FCMAT report and the year prior, across the district, we didn't have a consistent SST process and consistent MTSS interventions. Some schools were doing a little bit of this, a little bit of that. All of our schools were doing excellent work. We just didn't have a consistent process across the district. So we worked together as a large committee. Kind of started with our ed services team and my colleagues across all the departments. All the heads of all the ed services departments got together to kind of come up with a process to determine how we were going to identify this consistent process and documentation. We collected documents from all of our school sites and put them together in a database, and we all read through them and provided feedback. Then we opened up the committee to a variety of our educational partners across the district in all different roles and included them so that way they can take a look at the documents, provide their feedback. We got together and we ran a lot of kind of structured protocols through Dr. Bayless and teased everything out and then eventually came out with the final product. So now we do have a consistent SST process with specific documentation and forms across the district. I mean, we continue to monitor that process to ensure that we're making improvements or pivoting when necessary. And we have come across changes that we've made, but we continue to see that by and large our schools are following the process with fidelity. It's really specific, it says, you're going to meet at this time, set goals, measure those goals, monitor progress, meet again, etc. So that way students who may not have been engaged in that process and gone straight to special education referral instead of the tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 non-special education interventions that we have available to all students through general education are being exhausted prior to the special education, which also impacts the over-identification potentially of students that are identified in different subgroups as well. And then the PBIS, the Positive Behavior Intervention Supports adoption, that was another recommendation from FCMAT, increasing site-based PBIS implementation. All schools maintain behavior and character programs. As an example, we put in there Leader in Me. We have Second Step across many of our sites. It's available through all of our sites, but some of our schools have adopted specific programs like Leader in Me. I know that J. Sarah was just acknowledged for their work in PBIS, so our schools are at different places throughout the implementation, but we're in ed services, we're working to ensure that PBIS supports are available across the district. And then comprehensive multi-tiered systems of supports, the district-wide framework with tiers 1 through 3, like I referenced earlier, include literacy screeners. We're rolling out the universal reading difficulty screener as part of that, and behavioral interventions through general education. And then coordination of all these efforts. Again, we work together with our ed services directors. We really, in ed services, work as a team. You know, everything's kind of everyone's lane. Everyone steps up when, if special education needs support, my colleagues will step up. If student services, if elementary, whatever it is, we've kind of really work nicely together. I'm not just saying that because I'm on the team, but it is really a team. It's a rewarding place to work. And so we do get the support, and that's a lot of times the problem, right, with special education, is that we're on an island, or we feel like, hey, we're getting all the hand-me-downs, or we're in the back of the school, you know, et cetera. So that it's definitely not that way here, all the way up through all the levels. So we feel part of every major decision in the district, and we get the support that we need.
Just before we go on to the next slide, if we can go back for a moment. Greg, it just seems like a nice opportunity to talk about EdSat, because you were talking about how special ed is working with general ed. Not a major part of this, but you talked about behavioral interventions. I think this is a good opportunity to highlight. The board has received a couple of my responses to emails, but if you could just share the intention behind the EdSat team, and what is it, and how do we come to it?
Yeah, I think it's an expression of what Neil just mentioned, our coordination among all the departments in educational services. So we have a variety of departments, of course, student support services, elementary, secondary, CNI, et cetera. And last year, when we were working through issues, we didn't always have a protocol for when we would all come together on an issue. It happens sort of dynamically and very organically, and I would say that's always really important for us to maintain, but we also need a very specific time when we come together, and it's sort of like an SST at our level, where either student behaviors or some kind of student challenge has elevated beyond the ability of any specific department to handle, whether it's the gen ed behavior team or whether it's student support services. And so we all come together in a not too programmed way, but we all are committed to coming together around the table or on the phone with the principal and saying, okay, where are we at? Let's brainstorm. We need to see if we can implement a solution for this student at this school, at this site. And so that we're just trying to take our coordination to a more elevated, systematic, sophisticated place when needed. So the EdSat, I think it stands for the Educational Student Support Analysis Team. So again, I think of it like an SST for the directors to work with a principal on an elevated issue.
Is that a standing meeting, or is that something that's scheduled as needed?
Yeah, great question. So our commitment is whenever there is a request for district help on an issue that sort of exceeds our current MTSS structure to deal with, whether it's at within site level counseling or within a particular department, that anyone can call for an EdSat meeting. So it's not a standing meeting. I think I was thinking the other day actually that we might want to get there, just sort of a case review, see where we're at. But right now, we're just committed to whenever it gets to that level, and we sort of all know it when we feel it based on the level of urgency or complexity, that we stop what we're doing, stop the emails, stop the individual one-off work, and come together, get the principal on the phone so we all hear the same thing and we all can come up with a plan together. But I do think it will transition to a standing meeting.
Thank you very much. And Neil, just to tie a bow on that, was it both you and Maria who went to a training this past summer? I can't remember, or if that was Maybe Greg, you can share just on the our version of that is EdSat. It looks different in different districts, but the concept I wasn't sure if.
Oh yeah, we did. It was last summer.
Yeah, last summer.
Yeah,
okay,
sorry.
thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, we went up to the Sacramento County Office of Ed, and we were able to tour a lot of their school districts, and they had a similar version. We have our own unique acronym, of course, but
our
it was a similar
acronym is
concept.
better.
Yeah, Greg made it up, so it's better. All right. Then we can go to the next. Oh, yeah. All right. So staffing allocations. There were a few recommendations under staffing allocations by FICMAT as well. Teacher staffing, HR works closely with us to ensure that there's alignment with agreements and student needs. We check in with them almost on a at least monthly basis, I would say, right, Gina? We work closely with our program specialists because they're on the ground. They're at the IEP meetings. They know where things are headed, what we should anticipate, and we ensure that we have the right staffing allocations in terms of where our programs are, if we need to add a classroom, if we need to add time to a school site, etc. And so Gina has a very sophisticated algorithm that we follow. And it's worked out well, so we're appreciative.
I was curious. We received an email that I think you probably saw from one of our elementary school teachers about staffing ratios and the number of students with IEPs or significant behavioral challenges. And I was curious if there is, like, we have our contractual student-teacher ratio. Is there any like extra factor that goes into the number of students with an IEP who might have additional, learning challenges and the constraints that might put on class time, right? Like, does that factor in at all?
Typically that factors in at the site level. When sites build their classrooms, they take those things into consideration. And so typically there's a process at each site that has teachers of the current students making recommendations for, how we group those students for the next year based on what their experiences have been that current year, and then dividing students up so that there's a well-balanced classroom, given all of the different parameters and constraints. And so that's typically the process that happens at most sites for building those classrooms. And that's how those kind of nuances of specific student needs happen for balancing classrooms.
I guess my question, though, is, sites are only allocated so many teachers based on the number of kids, right? And so their ability to accommodate is really limited to the number of FTEs they're given based on our staffing ratios, right? So is in our staffing ratio, like when we talked about base staffing, and I apologize, Neil, this is like kind of only tangentially related to your presentation, but when we talked about our staffing ratio, we did talk about additives for students with disabilities or English learners, right? Like those might need extra resources. But when we talk about our staffing to contract, that doesn't necessarily take those things into consideration. So a principal wouldn't necessarily get additional teaching numbers based on having a high number of students in the school with disabilities or who need English learner supports or any of those sorts of things, right?
We do add-ons for like English learner support. So we do have some additional supports for English learner supports for EL Monitor and our dual language liaison. So we do have some add-ons for those types of things, as well as they are staffed for their special education students with IEPs as well. There's different ratios for special education ratios and then general education ratios. So
but the special education ratios are for non-inclusive environments, right? They're not for...
Well, no, that's... the special education allocations are derived from caseloads. And so caseloads are different from the number of students in a classroom at any given time in special education. So one of the ways that we're able to move forward so significantly with co-teaching is that the allocation doesn't change even though the setting of those teachers is different now. They're no longer in their own classroom. For those involved in co-teaching, they're no longer in their own classroom. So there are, in the margins, there are some add-ons for co-teaching, because if you have a class of 30 and then you're adding 8 students from that used to be in an SDC to that setting, that might push you over the edge and need 2 sections. So occasionally in secondary there's an add-on there. So I think in secondary there are add-ons to accommodate that, and in elementary, and at any point correct me, we have staffing supports, but they come in different ways. So for example, in our inclusion classrooms we have paraeducators, we have a special education inclusion specialist itinerant that goes around and supports those students. We have an additional behavior specialist that goes around and supports. So you don't see it necessarily in the credential staffing allocation, you see it in the support staffing.
I think, one of the challenges of this, right, like, obviously doing an inclusive model is good for kids, and that's why we're moving in that direction, but also have to recognize that it does have its challenges for staffing, and especially in a declining enrollment environment at a site where you might have more combo classes, right? So if you add on to a teacher's workload, combo class, number of kids with disabilities, and maybe supports, not supports, like in terms of staffing, maybe a para, not a para, right, depending. It can be a very complex environment that for someone to manage. And so that was really my question, was that, like, the example I think we got from this elementary school teacher was a combo class at 26 with, a number of kids with existing IEPs and some kids who are currently being assessed for disabilities, right? So that's a handful by, I'm not a teacher, so maybe that's normal, but sounds like a lot to me. And Sarah's left, so, oh no, you're back there. So, anyway, so that was my question, was do we ever do any additional supports for that? But I don't think we do.
I mean, the answer is yes in the way that it was described. The and to that is, and what you described is also an evolving situation. So if there are more students that are found eligible and then that changes ratios, then at that point the team would decide, is there additional support needed at that point? And the reason that very similar to what Neil was talking about with special education, is that goals follow needs, and staffing follows needs with students. So we can't ever presume that someone is or isn't going to qualify. And then the other part too that's underlying a lot of this conversation, we haven't said it explicitly, but I'll say it explicitly now, is that we treat, the mindset is to serve students with disabilities as general education students first. So they're in general education classrooms like their peers. Sometimes we have general education peers that have additional challenge that students with disabilities don't have. So you're right in that you were talking about the complexity, is that the complexity of any general education classroom could be from year to year. Actually, it could be from month to month and from year to year a different challenge. And that's why we can't we can't set hard and fast rules about we will always do this, because the needs of that classroom could change, again, month to month or year to year. So we respond to the student needs as those needs evolve. Yeah. No, these are I'm really happy that we're taking. We intentionally, as you imagined, tried to keep a more reserved agenda today, so we can engage in this, because we haven't had the opportunity to talk in depth about the work that we're doing. So I'm really happy that we're having this discussion and that we have the time set aside for it.
All right. In terms of our preschool reallocation, a recommendation was made to make sure that we have more consistent supports across our general education settings in preschool. So for us, that's our Jumpstart classes, as well as our community-based preschools that we work with around Ventura. We reallocated one of our FTEs that was initially part of a co-teaching model that we had where we had one class that was working in a jumpstart room. So there was only a limited number of students that could participate in a model like that, and kind of in line with what this conversation just was around, how many students do you have with disabilities in a general education class, and then there's ratios that need to be maintained under the California State Preschool Program, which Jumpstart operates under. So, given that and given what we looked at in terms of support and caseload, we reshifted that position to look more like a resource push-in position that we would typically have, like what's happening in the TK&K inclusion initiative, where our inclusion specialist is going into those classrooms and providing the service in there. That's exactly what we're doing in the Jumpstart program as well. Paraeducator reassignment, we've adjusted that to align with the industry standards recommended in the FCMAT report and student needs. We're making sure that the ratios are aligned with the specific programmatic needs. They're specific in the FCMAT report. And so we took a look across the district. Some areas we needed more support, some areas we were overstaffed. We had to look at all the students in every class because everything is individualized, and reshifted support as necessary. And then we had some speech therapy aides that were brought on during COVID to support with the delivery of speech and language services in a virtual environment. We had two of those positions. One vacant position was closed, and then one active position was repurposed to support our speech and language programs. Executive cabinet and fiscal management. So there were some recommendations for myself to participate in executive cabinet. So executive director participates. That's me. I currently participate, probably more often than anyone else who's not regularly there in executive cabinet. Anything that's topic specific, and like I had said earlier, there's crossover in all of our departments. So, I think I'm heavily involved in pretty much every major initiative that we have here. Not to toot my own horn or anything, but just to be kind of candid about it. And so anything that's happening in terms of any shifts that we're making, I'm there. It's time set aside on my calendar every Monday in case topics arise, and so I'll typically know ahead of time. Sometimes I get called in, so I don't have anything else committed to address any issues or weigh in on things that are relevant to either special education, health services, or our mental health support needs, or really even any of our ed services initiatives. And then shared position funding. So a recommendation was made to look at the way that we're funding our positions, for example, nurses and school psychologists. Are they truly supporting, are we funding them 100% with special ed dollars and asking them to do tasks that are outside of special education? If so, we needed to look at that and say what percentage of their time is being spent on special education, what percentage of their time is being spent in general education, and allocate funds appropriately. And so we worked closely with Hassan and his team to identify, what that looks like in terms of percents of the FTE, and aligned it with the FCMAT recommendations. General fund monitoring, continuous oversight to ensure fiscal responsibility. We have some information there. In 24-25, approximately $35 million of special education costs were funded by the unrestricted general fund, which represents a total of about 64.1% of special education costs here, aligning closer to the state average of 64.3%. So it's a 0.2% difference, as mentioned in the FCMAT report. And I think when the data was pulled, and Hassan, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe we were around 60% at that time.
For 22-23, in the FICMAT report, it was 60.5.
So we have so it's approximately 4% increase, aligning closer to the state average. There was a number of recommendations around our transportation, cost reporting, licensed vocational nurses and bus aid salaries are now reported as transportation expenses. They were not prior. They were just specifically labeled as special education if they were riding on a special education bus. Fuel theft prevention. There was a recommendation made for monitoring procedures implemented at fueling stations because there's kind of a systemic issue with fuel theft, unfortunately. Decision tree in terms of updating our decision tree in an IEP meeting on whether a student qualifies for transportation services or not. So we worked with the SELPA to, Nick actually worked with the SELPA to align our practices with SELPA approved practices. And so we're utilizing a new decision tree and training our staff on that as we obtain new staff. NPS transportation, so non-public transportation, so that's transportation that we're outsourcing. So we evaluated options and aligned costs to function code 3600, which was recommended in the FICMAT report. I think, as you know, we brought a lot of our transportation in-house, which Hassan can provide you more detailed information on, but it's definitely been on our side and the ed services side a lot more convenient for our families and students having our own transportation and a lot more reliable.
Yeah, we ended up hiring additional drivers to take back some of the VCOE programs. So you're going to see that in the following presentation on unaudited actuals.
And then handbook and training. So there was a recommendation that we develop a transportation handbook and training to go along with that. We completed the transportation handbook and specialized driver training, again in collaboration with the SELPA. And again, that was Nick. Thank you, Nick. Nick does actually, on the special ed side, he does oversee all of these things. So he is the one who is credited with all the work that's been done here. Safety. Updated transportation safety plan. Van drivers are all enrolled in a drug testing program. Moving forward, VUSD has been responsive to all 30 FICMAT recommendations. We have a continued focus on inclusion, equity, and operational efficiency, as we've referenced across this presentation and in general across all of our ed services initiatives. We have a commitment to ongoing collaboration with staff, SELPA, and community. And as always, we always welcome questions and feedback. We meet regularly with the community. I personally meet regularly with community members, and we hear all of their feedback. We take it in, and we share that with our CDAC committee. We've run a lot of reflective activities. We start the year with one, we end the year with one, we do a mid-year kind of check-in, and that's what we use to really design all of our opportunities to work with our parents. All of the parent workshops come out of those discussions, and ultimately those final decisions are made in the CDAC committee. We also are working with our staff and surveying to find, how people are feeling as all of these changes are new for a lot of our staff members. We want to make sure that we're supporting them through the process. As was said, inclusion's great. All the data is in favor of inclusion, and student progress looks favorable that way. However, we do want to support our staff through the process. So we're making sure that our team's present. As always, the directive on our team is you start your day minimum 3 out of 5 days in our classrooms, because once we come here in the office, it's often difficult to leave. So, because we just love it so much. So we start at the schools, and so that's definitely been helpful. We've collected feedback from our principals regularly. They they have definitely appreciated that, and I think people are used to it now. This is my 4th year here, so hopefully everyone's comfortable with me at this point. But it's an ongoing work in progress, and so that way, when we're on the ground, we can see really what's going on and hear conversations with all of our different partners and make shifts as appropriate. All right, I think that's all we have for you.
Questions? We do have public comment.
Just before that, I was going to say, Neil, thank you for pulling all this together. And Dr. Castro, I would just request a written version of this that could be shared with the public.
We will do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Just reminding, scratch that. We have 2 public comments. The first will be for 2 minutes, with rounding out the time for multiple items by Deborah Meyer Morris, followed by Ashley Pope with 3 minutes.
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm barely awake because I had a mediation today and I settled a case. But it was my day at work. All right. Thank you very much for that very informative presentation. I agree with Sabrina that we need the actual data because these are just not findings in the FCMAT. These are students' lives and it's their potential for the future. I am still interested in getting the correspondence from the CDE from October 2024. If it came in an email, that's great. Send me the email. If it came in a letter, send me the letter. But a link to the website is not a correspondence. That's an accessible website. But you must have been notified somehow for it to be a correspondence. Sabrina, like you're starting to see the problem here with the reasonable accommodations. And this is what I fear, like we're gonna stuff all these kids in these classes. We're gonna claim they have guided studies, which is worthless. It's 1 teacher for 25 kids. What they really need is their RSP teachers and enough RSP teachers, with free time to actually help them to get their reasonable accommodations when they don't get them and get their accessible technology when they don't get that. Because students can be successful in the general education setting. I mean, that's the whole reason why they have an IEP with supports and services. Like, that's what's going to make them successful. But if they're short or if the classroom is chaotic,
30 seconds.
They're not going to be successful, and neither are the other students either. So, I mean, I know that you guys are walking a fine line and there's a lot to this, but I don't want you to think that these students can't achieve. I love to brag about my daughter. She's starting her 2nd year at UCLA after 13 years in special ed, never getting her assisted technology. She gets CART, no problem, every day, all day at UCLA. Did she ever get that here? No. She couldn't even get videos with words. So thanks.
Next up is Ashley Pope.
Good evening, trustees. I'm speaking tonight as the president of Autism Society Ventura County, and of course, as my informed experience as a parent. I would like to begin by acknowledging that VUSD has taken some steps in response to the 30 FCMAT recommendations. We've expanded co-teaching, increased paraeducator training, and launched TKK and inclusion initiatives, and those are all meaningful moves in the right direction. I don't doubt the district's intent or the hard work of staff, especially at school sites. However, the handling of the recommendations in the 2024 FCMAT report has been less than stellar. The report was clear. VUSD was not meeting 4 out of 6 least restrictive environment indicators. Secondary caseloads were above industry standards, and English learners and Latino students were disproportionately identified as students with disabilities. Parents reported that their children were excluded from field trips, assemblies, and other basic school experiences. Those were not abstract findings. They were lived realities for students and families within VUSD. This report called for a cultural shift and for the district to embrace the 2015 One System report that students with disabilities would be included as general education students first. Tonight's update lists actions taken, more training, more co-teaching sections, handbooks written, but it provides very little data. We encourage the district to be transparent about where we are so we can work together to move forward. For too long, VUSD special education parents have been told that change doesn't happen overnight. But look at some of these changes that have taken place in 1 year. Some change can happen overnight. How can we build upon and increase our momentum to full inclusivity? How will we be sure to do it with care and do it well? What needs to happen to prepare teachers to thrive in co-teaching environments? And how will this school board ensure that we do just that? One of the most critical questions is, what percentage of students with disabilities are now in general education over 80% or more of the school day, compared to last year's 44.9%? Thank you, Dr. Castro and Neil, for your responses to some of the questions in my email, including that this number is now at approximately 50%. I don't understand why this data is not included in this presentation or our LCAP for regular reporting. Reporting data regularly in a public setting will go a long way towards building trust. VUSD has an opportunity to lead, but leadership requires transparency. If we only measure effort and not results, we risk repeating the same problems outlined in the FCMAT report. We urge the board to request outcome data be agendized on a quarterly basis. If that's not possible, perhaps we should plan for another FCMAT report. $40,000 for another FCMAT contract would be a great investment if it means less $200,000 settlements. When it comes to inclusion, we need to be bold. For example, this year, Fillmore Unified School District implemented co-teaching during extended school year. No one asked for it. No one thought it was possible. That effort is above and beyond. It's innovative, and it's the level of effort our kids deserve. One of my favorite quotes is, if you're not part of the problem, you can't be part of the solution. Because VUSD's practices have long been part of the problem as it relates to serving students with disabilities, you have an exciting and urgent opportunity to be part of the solution. Thank you.
That is all the public comment we have for the evening.
Thank you. We're on to the consent calendar. Is there anything that needs to be pulled from the consent calendar? Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move approval of consent items 16A1 through D10.
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 3-0.
Okay, we have ad hoc committee reports.
No, I don't think I have any.
Okay. Coming events. Yeah, I was going to say, just so you know, we have a small procedural item at 9 o'clock. So between this time and 9 o'clock, we'll take care of that.
Okay, so the VUSD coming events, you have them in front of you. Just right around the corner tomorrow, in fact, we start on our gauntlet of back-to-school nights that go for an entire month. So we look forward to being all around the district all month long, getting to as many as we can. Labor Day is coming up, and then a series of our, interestingly enough, we talked about almost every single one of these parent groups tonight, which is an indication that we're continuing to prioritize them. So we have PAC coming up on the September 5th, AAPC on September 10th, DLAC on the 18th, and CDAC on the 26th.
Future board items.
I'll just, in the silence, I'll comment on what I heard earlier. We will come back as soon as we can, and we have definitive data on the impacts of our inclusive practices initiatives. That's something that I heard earlier. If there are any others that the board was asking for?
Yeah, so an evaluation of any change in our bylaw, or our school site council bylaw.
Yes, we're going to evaluate, and we'll get back to the board about the action needed.
Two things. One is whether or not we take action on those, or whether or not they don't require them. But then the request I had was for us to get feedback from school site council members on any changes that we implement.
Absolutely. So a school site council bylaw implementation update. Thank you.
Do you have any other board comments? I'd just like to say I really enjoyed starting the meeting off with the peer counselors for the student presentation for the of the peer counselors, and I think this year heading in that direction where we're actually getting, because that's the really reason why we're here is for the students. So hearing from the students, I think is a great direction our board is taking, and I appreciate it.
And I think what's the process for identifying other student groups to come and present?
Yes, we first just wanted to make sure we weren't too off the mark before we codified what those processes are. Amy has been in the process of working with our principals. We will have this as a topic for our next principals meeting. And the coordination is to make sure that whatever needs to be highlighted is highlighted across all of our campuses throughout the year. That's the one thing that we're committed to. In terms of the leeway that we give each principal, we haven't had this exact conversation because our first meeting of the year was focused on the start of the school year. But what I would imagine is highlighting areas that, one, they're proud of, but also are in line with our district priorities and initiatives.
I think it would be nice to do to balance elementary and secondary, but recognizing that puts, like, for elementary, that puts a lot of burden on families, right, to like keep their kids up, because sometimes our meetings are long. So like, but I do think it would be really nice to get some elementary, maybe like if it's only every third one or whatever.
Well,
it'd
let's
still
just
be
make
nice.
sure we commit to doing it at the beginning of the meeting then, so that we don't have that issue with any students.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, is there any need to go back to closed session?
No.
Okay, I'll take a motion for adjournment.
A move to adjourn?
Second.
Thank you. Vote as follows. Trustee Fredericks?
Yes.
Trustee Rodriguez?
Yes.
And Trustee Peterson?
Yes,
Thank you. Motion carries 3-0.
we're adjourned till 9 o'clock.
And thank you, Vase. Since the following meeting is a special board meeting, we won't need to have our Vase colleagues here. So thanks for your support today.